Hey everyone, I was talking for a minute, but I don't think you could hear me because I was not on stage. But thank you so much for joining. They are running a little bit late today, which they usually do, so that's not very surprising. I'm going to play a video from Chris Cuomo in the meantime, and I'll keep an eye on the court stream, and as soon as they're ready to go, we'll be ready to go too. Once again, thank you so much, and welcome to day 8.
Cuomo Crime Time. Did you subscribe to the podcast? We're getting a lot of great feedback. We take you inside these cases, not just the clickbait narrative, but what do the players say? What does the evidence actually show? For instance, Lindsay Clancy, okay, the postpartum suffering mother, admits to killing her 3 young kids. The defense believes this case, this trial, is not about what happened, but what motivated what happened. And today they took an unusual step to make that point. Lindsay Clancy waived her right to contest certain facts about the killings and the evidence thereof, likely the forensic exams and the details, DNA and other evidence that goes to establishing each cause of death. She won't challenge that evidence. She won't challenge how it was found or processed or the chain of custody and all that. Why? Because she doesn't want this to be about that. But it is very unusual. And we got to hear her speak for the first time to the judge. Watch for yourself.
You understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
All right. Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Why does the judge do what is called the colloquy? So that later on, if the defendant says, hey, I had ineffective counsel, he or she didn't do all these things they could have done, this is presented and said, this is why. Okay, so is this unusual? Yes. Is it the right move? Let's discuss with a much better mind. Criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, Mark Eiglarsh. Mark, good to see you once again. What'd you make of it?
I do it all the time. It's not that rare. In fact, anytime I can stipulate to something I know is going to come into evidence that can shorten the trial and give me the tiny little advantage of being able to say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we didn't challenge X, Y, and Z because that wasn't in controversy. We focused on what was in controversy, which in this case is their mental state.
And so this doesn't change that analysis, although it may make the juror feel that there was some integrity to the cause here. But ultimately, this is consistent with your theory that the defense hasn't even put on its case yet, and it wants to get through the prosecution part as quickly as it can.
That's correct. You're eliminating nerd evidence in part, to get the DNA folks to come in and the crime scene people to say why, the blood drops were there. That's already conceded to. The crime is something they agreed to. What we're going to hear, and I brought you a little gift, because you and I are both wondering, how can somebody appear so psychotic and then be so normal at the hospital? You and I both are concerned that the jury's going to go, well, gosh, that testimony at the hospital that we heard yesterday where she was so seemingly normal seems inconsistent with psychotic behavior as you and I know it. But we're not the experts. And to give you a little preview, I suspect, based on my research today, you're going to hear experts talk about waxing and waning psychosis, which is how you can have symptoms change very quickly over a relatively short period of time. So she can be delusional. She can be nutty, not to use that phrase, but out of her mind and do what she did and then appear coherent, calm, and even normal. That's what the experts got to sell these jurors on, because it is her truth.
I think that's a really important aspect, what he's saying there. I mean, when I first started watching this trial, I was also very much under the impression that these kinds of symptoms don't wax and wane and you can't move in and out of it. But with the amount of experts that we've seen on these shows up until now, it seems like that's quite a misconception that I had and what I think a lot of people have. And the problem is that I think that's what the state is relying on pretty heavily when it comes to their argument, because one of the main things they like to talk about is how planned and calculated everything was, and now we're hearing that that's not something that seems to be surprising a lot of the experts. So that is pretty interesting, and I do think that if they can find the right expert to explain that, it's going to be an issue for the state for sure.
They're also going to say, like Dusty was just saying, that's why she was lucid in the ER. I think they're going to argue she actually wasn't lucid. I think they're going to argue that she was absolutely in a state of shock and that it's completely consistent with finding comfort in mundane details and seeming not to be able to focus on, you know, the obvious crisis that you're in. You will have clinicians who say that is not that is not uncommon.
I wouldn't
do
that.
You don't want to debate what she did.
I wouldn't do that. No, there's two.
All right, I think that we're pretty close to going live with the proceedings, but they do tend to go straight into a sidebar, so I'm not going to switch to that feed yet. I am aware that they have turned on their cameras, but rest assured I'm keeping an eye on everything. I'm not going to let us miss anything, but let's carry on with this video so long.
Many credible people who have no axe to grind, not part of the state, who came in there and said, no, she seemed to be absent of any psychotic symptoms. So you want to have an expert explain.
But you said yesterday they only knew her for 20 minutes. You said yesterday they only knew her for 20 minutes. Who are they to be making that judgment?
That's true. That's true. However, they also didn't know the history. They don't know how she was a great mom and then what she did, you know, of the months leading up to this. She didn't know very much. But the truth is, you can concede that the people who had contact with her and thought that she was seemingly normal, they don't know about this waxing and waning. They're not analyzing her to understand the full picture. This comes down to experts, Chris. And it's tough. Let me concede. This is a tough defense. It rarely works. But if it's ever going to work, it'll work in a situation where experts, not ones with red noses and flowers that shoot water from their lapel and oversized shoes. I'm talking about real, articulate, Harvard, you know, credible witnesses who come in there and expertly explain what she was suffering from and why she did what she did.
So, taking a look at the trial record of that nanny case in New York, because there's a similar statute, and even though she wasn't the mother of the two kids she killed, obviously that's why it's called the nanny case, there is a very similar dynamic. After she stabs those two kids, she then stabs herself in the neck repeatedly, okay? Doesn't die, obviously, which is why she was on trial. In that case, they argued the waxing and waning of psychosis as a function of psychotic break. When you can be in the depth of psychosis and then it can wane, and then you realize what you did in the state of that psychosis, and you do something to try to hurt yourself because you're so horrified, like she did with the knife, like she did jumping out the window and paralyzing herself. And the jury didn't buy it. And I got to tell you, I read it, learned about it, and I was pretty convinced. But I was alone in that.
But maybe they put a little twist. Chris, maybe they say she was still psychotic, and the voice that told her to kill her kids also told her to kill herself. We don't know.
And it did. And she did say that. She did say, and her husband Patrick said, that the voice was telling her, you have to kill the kids. It's the only way you can then kill yourself.
And here's the other thing. We learned about benzos in her system. Anyone on that jury who knows about benzos, because nobody, I mean, my wife was like, oh, I know a lot of people who've gone through psychosis, withdrawing from benzos, benzodiazepine, drugs that were found in her system, but we don't know to what extent. So maybe she was weaning from that. We know that she had essentially a Long Island iced tea of psychotic cocktail in her system. We know that she had way too many drugs and probably the wrong kind.
Yeah.
That's what the experts are going to say. So those who are in judgment and or like you who are concerned, let's just wait. I know the odds are against her, but let's just wait. She didn't do this for no reason. There's a reason why she did this.
I think the odds are against her because we don't have a justice system when it comes to mental illness. We have a legal system. I was laughing about the benzos because I thought you were going to say, your wife said, I know all about those. I need them to deal with you. But you didn't. So I jumped the wrong joke.
I left that part out.
No.
Yeah, I did.
Unfair and prejudicial. I moved to strike. Granted. Mark Aguilar, thank you very much. I appreciate
That was kind of funny. To be honest, I also thought he was going to say that. All right, so that was a short video that we were just going to play before. I am going to go to the court feed. You know how it is with this this court. we cannot rush them. They do things on their own time. But in the meantime, thank you so much for everyone for watching. Please remember to like and subscribe. I'm going to have some polls up throughout the show, so you'll be able to give your opinion, share exactly what you think as well.
All right, jurors enter.
Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, in for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. United States of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question as you probably know by now, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you. Same rule.
Come on, man. Stop right here, raise your right hand. That's right.
Good morning. You solemnly say that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, Commonwealth, could I see Counselor Sylvia for a second? Just for
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your morning sidebar. Thank you for joining. We appreciate your patience too.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record? Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley, Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again, looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests, such as toxicology.
And I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape. All right. I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in the trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy. I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions. And you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about 1/2 inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about 1 inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is 1/2 inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. You could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top end.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion. And I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior or back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor.
First the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph. And then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead. And that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Okay. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
So it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
But basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Patrick Clancy as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel? All right. Thank you. You may step down, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly? Short break at this time. A couple of minutes, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the door, folks. Please come on, chair.
All right, this court will be in recess.
All right, everyone, we are on a break for now. I'm going to play a video so long while we wait. Ms. Lindsay Clancy is obviously very, very upset, so I think that part of the break is to just give her a moment before they move on to the next witness. They did say that it wasn't going to be long, but I'm not sure. I guess that will depend on what she needs. Thank you for voting. Miriam, can you submit your vote again without an emoji? Because I don't think it's registering it. So just put just the number in, and then we should see that proportion change there on the screen. So I know that a lot of you guys were watching yesterday and the day before when CJ was playing that interview with I think it was Joshua Ritter and that psychiatrist. He calls himself Dr. Yosef. I'm going to play a video of his as well while we wait. I think that will be... Oh, sorry. I think that will be an interesting one to go through while we wait. Thank you, Miriam. Sorry about that. I also do that where I write my number and then I explain why, and StreamYard's like, no, we don't want to know why. We want to know why. You can tell us, but not StreamYard. So let's switch to this video. I'm really looking forward to hearing what this guy has to say. And while we're watching, please do remember to vote and remember to like, subscribe, share, everything. Thanks, guys.
the news clip to give you an overview of the case.
Lindsay Clancy sat without emotion in her wheelchair during this.
To take her own life by throwing herself out the second-story window of her home. She ended up permanently paralyzed. Now, Lindsay was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, and her jury trial begins in 4 days on July 20th. However, what makes this case very interesting is that Lindsay is blaming medical malpractice for the death of her children and her paralysis. She is alleging that the psychiatrists who were looking after her treated her with a dangerous cocktail of medications that led to psychosis and the events that unfolded. And so today I'm going to be breaking down this case as a board-certified psychiatrist, an expert in psychiatric drug side effects, and also as someone who sees multiple people with serious adverse reactions to psychiatric medications in my private practice on a daily basis. So let's jump into it. We're going to start with a news clip to give you an overview of the case.
Lindsay Clancy sat without emotion in her wheelchair during this pretrial hearing. She's charged with first-degree murder for the strangulation deaths of her 3 young children in their Duxbury home in January 2023. Clancy's lawyer is mounting what in essence is an insanity defense.
And an involuntary intoxication defense.
It's expected he'll try to convince a jury that Clancy was not criminally responsible, that she was over-medicated in treatment for postpartum psychosis.
From a human nature standpoint, I wouldn't want anyone to have to be in there to look at gruesome photographs of little babies slaughtered and cut up and butchered and autopsy photographs. No. But that's what they want to do. So that's part of a trial. We'll make a decision if she's going to have to sit there through it.
This trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Jury selection is slated to begin on July 20th.
Okay, so let's jump into some of the details of what actually happened in this case. And what I'd like to share with you off the bat is when you're assessing for involuntary intoxications, essentially a defense that the drug made you do it, you are always going to be looking for alternative explanations for the behavior. Now, in something like murder, what are the alternative explanations? Well, the person had a past history of aggressive behavior. Maybe they were abusive. Maybe they had problems with alcohol. Maybe they had severe unstable mental illness. All of those things could play into it. Now, what's interesting about Lindsay Clancy is she had none of these things. She had no prior history of severe mental illness. She had a few episodes of mood instability following the birth of her first 2 children. However, aside from that, she was a doting and loving mother of 3. She was a wife. She was a nurse, and she never had any of these problems. She didn't even take psychiatric medications previously. So essentially, the prosecution, who was going to try and pin murder on her, is trying to say that she was secretly a psychopath or something like that she was harboring these feelings and they were premeditated, and it just came out of the blue and no one expected that. I think that's actually a pretty weak case. And what I want to do with you now is actually go through the argument her lawyers are putting forward for her malpractice case. So let's jump into it. Okay, so this was filed at the start of this year. Okay, so we're going to bring here. So after the birth of her 3rd child, she went into an episode of postpartum anxiety and depression. Recognizing that something was wrong, she went and reached out to her doctor, Dr. Jennifer Tufts online, who put her on Zoloft. And then Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction to this. She did not sleep for 48 hours, had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This was a dramatic departure from previous sleep patterns and an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. So something you're going to see about this case is that her current experts on her side are actually saying that she had bipolar disorder as evidenced by some mood instability that she had during the postpartum period of her 2 earlier children. And this can make sense because the case that they're trying to make is that she got put on these SSRI medications and they essentially triggered mania and psychosis. And if we come over here to the label of an SSRI medication, Zoloft, what we can see is this is already a recognized risk, that the drugs can cause activation of mania and hypomania, and that you should screen patients for any personal or family history of bipolar disorder, mania, or hypomania. So you're aware of this and you can quickly either avoid the medication or stop the medication if it's worse. Now, her defense experts are essentially making the case that that didn't happen. However, there are quite a few other things that can cause these problems, and I see them in my practice. These SSRI medications can be quite neurotoxic to people. It's not common, it's fairly rare. But quite frequently, I have people come in and they're exposed to an SSRI for a few days, and it causes a whole host of problems. They can have visual problems. Sometimes they get ringing in their ears. Sometimes they can have confusion and mood instability. It's almost just like a neurotoxic reaction that hits the brain. Now, a lot of doctors look at this as something called serotonin syndrome, but generally that's not diagnosed unless someone has a lot of like blood pressure problems and sweating and frank confusion. And so it's often missed, but you actually see these minor toxic reactions fairly commonly. And after you get one of them, you can have this fallout effect where for multiple months afterwards, they have nervous system instability, they respond poorly to medications, drugs make them worse, and essentially they can have mood instability and psychosis as well. And that's something that I'm not seeing in this document, but it's something that I have seen in a lot of my patients, which I know can happen. And just so you know that this isn't just me, we're back over here at the drug label now, looking at the adverse reactions that occurred in less than 2% of patients that were treated with Zoloft. And if you come down here to nervous system and psychiatric disorders, they observed ataxia, so that's unsteadiness walking, coma, convulsions, decreased alertness, lethargy, syncope. For psychiatric disorders, there was aggression, bruxism, which is teeth grinding, confusional state, euphoric mood, and hallucinations. And so these are all things that the manufacturer found during the clinical trials. And so the drug companies are also seeing the same thing. Now, jumping back over here, another thing that I want to show you is that when her dose went from 25 to 50, that made things worse. Now, in drug safety, we call that a dose response reaction. And so if you're feeling bad on a drug and you go up on the dose and it makes you worse, that's a pretty good sign that the drug is responsible for making you worse. And so I just want you to remember that, because what happens after this is very interesting. She goes back to the doctor, and the doctor essentially discontinues the Zoloft and prescribes a cocktail of medications for sleep. However, even after stopping the Zoloft and starting these other medications, she still has profound insomnia and distressing cardiac palpitations. Again, for me, this seems to be a sign that she had a toxic reaction initially to the Zoloft, and now it's causing some global problems. That's why you're having heart palpitations, insomnia. I know it's not in here, but she may have had some visual problems, some ringing in her ears, different things like that, all signs of a neurotoxicity. She ends up going back to the hospital, and the doctor prescribes her trazodone for sleep, but that's not helpful. Again, once someone's had a neurotoxic reaction, they typically do not respond well to additional medications. Out of desperation, her mom, who is a nurse at a different local hospital, the South Shore Hospital, she contacts their perinatal behavioral health program, asking for additional help. And that's where she meets nurse practitioner Paul, who prescribes Prozac. Now, here is why this doesn't make any sense. If you had done a proper history, you would say, okay, well, there's this dose response reaction to the Zoloft that made her worse. I'm probably going to avoid drugs from a similar class. Remember, Zoloft and Prozac, they're in the same class of medications, SSRI medications. And so if someone's having a neurotoxic reaction to an SSRI, you're not going to expose them to another one, because that can further irritate the nervous system and make her worse. And so here's what they find happens afterwards. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reports that the medications intensify her insomnia. She immediately informs her providers, and the Prozac is discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder the providers failed to recognize. Yes, bipolar disorder, but also drug toxicity. Afterwards, Nurse Paul goes on to prescribe, again, a cocktail of sleeping medications. So Ambien, potent sleeping medication; Remeron, potent sleeping medication; Klonopin, potent sleeping medication; and anti-anxiety med. Now, in most cases, you would expect this to work. You would expect it to put someone down. But as I've mentioned before, if you've had a neurotoxic reaction and you've destabilized your nervous system, people don't respond to drugs in typical ways. And so let's see what happens. Well, after taking these drugs, Lindsay experienced dissociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She's unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be left alone. This is not a typical reaction to these drugs at all. This is a sign that someone is responding extremely poorly to medications. And that should be a clue to anyone looking after her that, hey, more drugs is likely not the answer to this person. This nervous system is not responding well to these medications. So after getting put on these medications, she ends up following.
Thank you for voting. I just wanted to jump in and say, because with the point that he just made, I also think that's kind of important to emphasize, just to keep things very balanced. He's saying, that reaction that they're describing there is not a typical reaction. So, I don't want anyone to take his video as a call to have an opinion about any of these medications and stuff just based on the medication. He's he's asserting that there's unique responses and that he has witnessed in his professional capacity a lot of people having this, what he calls not typical but not good. So it's very complicated, and we can tell that he's definitely of the opinion that medication played a role in this case, but I don't want people to think that everybody's responding the same way in terms of all of these drugs. And also, just thank you to everyone for voting so far. We love when the opinions are balanced, and we see a little bit of everyone who has different thoughts on the matter are watching together here in our community. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will carry on here with Dr. Yosef.
Following up with another nurse practitioner about 3 days later who diagnoses her with bipolar and prescribes Seroquel. Now, most people would expect, hey, you've got the diagnosis right. Bipolar disorder, and Seroquel is FDA approved for bipolar disorder, along with a lot of other antipsychotics. Okay, we've got the right drug now. Shouldn't this work? However, look at what happens. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what she describes as intrusive thoughts, which were auditory hallucinations. The voices said, "I will not be the same. I want to die." She communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, parents, and providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound blunting to Seroquel. On top of this, she ends up losing 15 pounds, has no appetite, and is experiencing panic attacks and confusion, and has a lack of attention over several days. She becomes so frightened by the hallucinations that she calls the suicide hotline seeking help, but they don't hospitalize her because she doesn't have a plan on how she's going to kill herself. She does it again with Aspire Crisis Support. Again, they don't hospitalize her because she doesn't have a suicidal plan. Her husband then follows up with her and her nurse practitioner. Her husband is Patrick, and here's what he says to her. Lindsay is 10,000 times worse.
Oh, okay, so that's crazy. I didn't realize that you could call those hotlines and they would not hospitalize you because you don't have a plan. I mean, you're still calling because you have the ideation, right? It's not like, is there a checklist where they're like, well, do you have a plan? No? Okay, then this is not serious. That doesn't seem right to me. I didn't know that, but, I mean, surely it's bad enough that they're thinking about it enough to phone. You can't be like, well, you don't have a plan, so you're not that serious. That's a little bit shocking to me.
Since she's taken this medication, and asked if they could get Lindsay off the medication and start from scratch to see what's going on. He asked if there could be some mistake, like using the wrong medications, and Nurse Joletta acknowledges it's possible, but despite this, she continues to increase the Seroquel dosage towards 400 milligrams a day. Now, this is just absolutely heartbreaking what is going on here, because the intuition of the husband and the intuition of the patient is correct, that these drugs are actually hurting her. She has this initial bad reaction to the Zoloft. She's destabilized. And it's almost like every time she gets exposed to another one of these drugs, because she's had this toxic reaction, they're making it worse and worse and worse. I see this a lot in patients with protracted withdrawal injuries and bind. These are different adverse psychiatric drug reactions which cause essentially nervous system damage. And after they happen, every time you take another medication, it causes a quote unquote kindling reaction, which is essentially further damage to the nervous system. Because once you destabilize the nervous system, additional drugs often make it worse. And so this nurse doesn't pick up on it. They have this kind of this sense that, hey, better be safe than sorry. Let's just use more medications. And they end up increasing the amount of the drug. Patrick then calls the nurse's office to report that Lindsay had a devastating week. It was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day, auditory hallucinations every day, felt debilitated, not interested in anything, can't get out of bed. The hallucinations are now loud and continued all day, saying, I will never be the same. I'll never be me again. You are damaged. You'll never be the same. The only option is to die. So this is someone who is having a severe toxic reaction to medications at this point, and she's essentially being tortured. She goes on to tell her husband, I have thoughts of harming the kids. She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. She began to have paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts, and then she would be locked up in a hospital and have her children taken away. Now, this can be like a real stretch for some people, that it's like, okay, yes, you can be confused, you can have these adverse reactions, but at what point like does it start to become like homicidal? And I've followed a lot of these cases. The one that comes to mind was, I think it was a California woman who was smoking cannabis, and sometimes this can cause these delirious type reactions. But I've also seen this in my own practice. You actually feel like you descend into hell when you're in a state where your brain is dysfunctional and you have severe anxiety. You're constantly in a negative mood state. You haven't been able to sleep. You sometimes feel possessed, almost like possessed by a demon. And you hear these voices, and you start to hear voices that are saying, you know, the only way that you're going to get out of this is if you kill yourself or if you kill other people. And you can be completely consumed and taken over by these delusional, delirious, fever dream type thoughts. And so that's what happens. Shortly after this, Lindsay ends up being hospitalized at McLean Hospital. Now, this is Harvard's hospital. This is the best psychiatric hospital in the United States, supposedly. And the doctors there advised Lindsay to stop the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines, and they prescribed trazodone for sleep. And a few days later, Lindsay asks if she can go home because it's her daughter's birthday, and they allow her to go home. And potentially she may have gotten better at this point if she wasn't started on additional medications. However, she ends up seeing Dr. Goodhart from McLean, who speaks to her for only 10 minutes and offers her more antidepressants. They suggest amitriptyline to her other doctor, Dr. Tufts, who ultimately prescribes the amitriptyline to her. Now, again, this is crazy. You know, this person has had 2 bad reactions to antidepressants that are clear, you know, the Zoloft, and then also the Prozac, and then she was also on the Seroquel. And now they put her on another antidepressant, amitriptyline. And this really sets the stage for what happens next. Because after she starts the amitriptyline at 10 milligrams a day, she still doesn't get any better. And then Dr. Tufts, her psychiatrist, increases the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day, and that makes her worse. And this is the day before she ends up killing her children. And so this is kind of graphic now, but I want to read through this. And, you know, I advise you turn it off if you don't want to hear this, but this is what happens on July 24th. Lindsay wakes up severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gives her children breakfast. She takes her daughter to the pediatrician because she complained of a stomach ache. She goes home. She goes to the backyard with the children. They build a snowman, and they send a picture to Patrick and her mother. She begins to experience suicidal hallucinations all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voices begin saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thinks about dinner and realizes that she hasn't prepared anything, and so she asks her husband about takeout. Now, this is like what the prosecution says. This was a premeditated thing because she told her husband to get out of the house and get takeout. I think this is like such a big stretch, you know, in the context of everything going on, to make this case that she'd been secretly thinking about this for a long time. It goes on to say this: as soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force overcome her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directions. She described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without control on my part. I was just following commands." She then proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrist and neck, and jumping from a second-floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. For our non-US listeners, that's about 6 meters. That is a massive drop. Lindsay suffers catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. That's why she was in the wheelchair at the start of this video. And she suffers multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound and enduring love for her children. I don't know anyone that could hear this case and not just feel utterly enraged by what happened to her. I mean, the senseless loss of life of these 3 children for no reason, when it was so clear that she was responding poorly to these medications. I don't know when the psychiatric establishment will wake up and realize that you can't just keep on throwing drugs at problems. Sometimes the drugs make people worse. Sometimes you have to take them off them. You have to monitor them. You have to keep them safe. You have to admit that, hey, these drugs can make people toxic, and now we just have to wait for you to recover. But they never do any of that. There's this sense that more is always better. And to me, you know, we're going to see what happens in about a week's time when this case unfolds. It'll probably be wrapped up within 2 months. But to me, right now, the most telling thing is that her husband, Patrick, is standing by her during this. Could you imagine being the husband? You've definitely had those thoughts, you know, was this premeditated? But for him, the person who lived with her every single day and watched her go through this, if he is looking at her and saying, this was due to the drugs, this was not my wife, to me, that speaks volumes. I'm going to be watching this case with a lot of interest because psychiatric drugs are certainly going to be on trial. And I think the cautionary tale in this is that, hey, more drugs is not always better. And so if you feel that you're getting worse on these medications, listen to your intuition, talk to your doctor, start thinking about coming off. And if you're really struggling about coming off, that's actually something we do. And so you can check the link below this video. And
Okay, so that, I mean, that was interesting. It's, look, as everybody keeps saying with this case, it is overall, it's just, it's extremely sad. It's extremely sad that this, you know, even had to happen, especially if it is something that is as preventable as some of these doctors are saying. And look, I know that there's a variety of opinions about it. I'm gonna play another video just for the interim because they are still on a break. Before the break, Lindsay Clancy was visibly upset. The cameraman was focusing on her. I think they asked them to stop focusing on her and then they focused on the witness, but you could still hear her crying in the background. So, and it was quite a graphic part of the testimony. So anyone who's sensitive, I think that they are going to be speaking to medical examiners today. Let me prepare the next video for us to watch in the meantime. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to vote in the poll, and I will get the next video on shortly. One moment.
We return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury. Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
Good morning. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the question.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in your interest
Just watch your step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rosshirt, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long did you work there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time would move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objections?
By agreement.
That may be admitted.
Thank you. If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No, no.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect, or not really making eye contact, or tearful, or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes, so since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that. No.
And I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at. Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you. You just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian,
especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms and communicating with what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022 with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record, it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. from what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible because it's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all three of them, right?
All three.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature. Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck, and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you, that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay. Latasha Dukes, nothing about her.
No,
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
no, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Did you know that she called the suicide hotline twice towards the end of December?
Overall.
I did not know that.
Okay. Did you know that she had been to Mass General Hospital and then ultimately on New Year's of 2022 into 2023 self-admitted to McLean Mental Institution?
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Susan Frayone.
Morning.
Morning.
Hi. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Frayone, SUSAN FRAONE.
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts.
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
Almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool daycare.
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or was that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him?
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times. But then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross.
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop-off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asks you were there difficult drop-offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or they cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either. I don't know, but
Times.
so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion? I guess that Dawson
Yes.
would cry.
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth would call Susan Bertolo as its next witness, please.
Morning, ma'am. Stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning.
Ms. McLeese, watch your step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right? And keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the Sunflower group.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the Sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15. And then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, excuse me, your role with the kids in the sunflower room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes, so the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the sunflower room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple, went over to the sweet pea room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the sunflower room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay. So fair to say you then interacted with her at least 3 days.
Yes.
In the morning, and then she went to the sweet pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
And who was the teacher in the sweet pea room?
Stephanie.
Would you be present when Cora was dropped off in the morning?
Myself or my coworker, Karen. We took turns.
And fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with
Correct.
the number of kids in the class?
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who used to drop her off?
Both parents dropped off, Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns, so we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email, or typically our class dojo, which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know, or do you recall, who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you, that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it. So we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch. And if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child. And that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you?
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the sweet pea room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay. And that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly, and I just was letting her know. And she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day? Yep. Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was that she said something about her mom being in the hospital?
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember that it was said.
But fair to say it was closer in time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year?
Yes.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Me step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
Come on. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Just want to swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep
Okay.
your voice up. Pull that down a little bit for you. That's it. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams.
And Williams, that's just common spelling?
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher.
And where do you work?
At Learning Sprouts Children's Center.
And where is that located?
In Duxbury.
And how long have you worked for Learning Sprouts?
About 6.5 years.
What age group do you teach?
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name?
Yes.
And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Suite P room then?
Yes,
And how many people teachers would be in the Suite P room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Suite P room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5 year olds, that would only be there in your Suite P room in the afternoon?
Yes.
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
In the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Suite P room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack. And then if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally the afternoon kids in the Suite P room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yes, that's when we close at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sprouts when she was 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5,
Yes.
she would come 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the Sunflower Room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the Sunflower
Yes.
Room? Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the Sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she, when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well? If she just did,
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon. And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does the parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not
Yes,
the building?
because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson and we'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up.
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
When she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I would.
And as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Thank you.
Watch your step.
Commonwealth calls Andrea Hennigan.
Good morning. Can you stop right there or would you like the clerk, please? This way, please. Watch your step, please. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hennigan, AndreaHennigan.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital.
And do you work at any specific department there?
Labor and delivery.
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
And as part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And if these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And In addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022, so after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Ms. Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and 2 other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetrics or social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups. And I asked that woman, could you share those names? And I sent them to Lindsay.
Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety was my understanding.
Okay. And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in. And we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a Happy New Year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, hi, I've been thinking of you, wondering if you're still in the daily program, I believe I said. So maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult. Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking. So I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone. It was that same kind of hopeful tone.
Yes, as far as I remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Katrina Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
So even during the, say, the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have a positive outlook on her health.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school, all the way up through.
Yes.
Till she finally had the baby, the last baby, right? Mm-hmm. Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay, it was more of a calling that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart. And mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
Thank you. And during the period of time in the fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes, she talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
And when she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon, or
the night shift?
Night shift.
Mm-hmm.
So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on, something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time I met her as a young woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was, now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
In other words, she didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Almost calls Bethany to call this.
raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court, shall be the matter of fact, on the law, I shall be true to the court. Give me a minute, have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel?
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Bethany DeColibus, BETHANY DECOLLIBUS.
And your date of birth?
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been licensed for close to 12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior?
No.
Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and that, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realize that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that?
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that? Or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct? But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her and having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
Do you recall saying previously that she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
It was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers. And I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
And during this conversation at dinner, did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
No.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
She mentioned feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
Did you have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
And she was able to engage with you and the other parents there, engage with her children and the other children, correct?
She was.
And do you recall stating previously that at the party she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11. Have you look at page 11 and bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12. Does that refresh your memory as to a conversation you had with the police back in 2023 where you said that she seemed fine at the party?
Sure, yeah.
I have no other questions, thank you.
Mr. Bennington.
So, Money.
Morning.
Fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively things like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired.
Yes.
Said that she was anxious.
Yes.
Told you that at one point towards the end time frame into January that she felt like a zombie. Correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you, is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids? Did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
And you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices or drooling or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was a type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms?
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers?
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about over this period of time that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat?
No, it's a
that
bad question. Never mind.
Sorry.
It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her. You'd been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
And that's a way of keeping in touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
but also on occasion you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber, and she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you my mom knows everything, and she's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned. Yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was in that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie, is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Counsel, why don't we take a brief recess at this time? So we're going to take the morning recess at this point.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, no votes. Okay.
Counsel, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
start out by prep was. And I want to point out some things that people may not have thought about. Now, let me start out by prefacing that, I am not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I don't claim to be. And so this is my disclaimer. Anything I say here is just my opinion on possibilities, okay? But I have been a criminal profiler for over 2 decades. I also worked in hospitals for 13 years of my life, and I encountered quite a few people who I would designate as psychopathic. And I've watched their behaviors, I've watched the manipulations, I've seen what they've done. And therefore, and also in other parts of my life, I have encountered some very fascinating cases of narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathy. And there's, all I can say is this: psychiatrists and psychologists tend to not want to talk about these personality disorders because they're hard to fix, if not impossible to fix. So they prefer to have something they can do something about. So they often downplay any kind of narcissistic personality disorder, which includes a psychopathy. It's just a kind of, it's a continuum, and it's just like psychopathy is at the very end, where at that point, that person really, quite frankly, feels zero empathy for anybody but themselves. So I want to talk about, does Lindsay Clancy's behavior possibly signify that she had a narcissistic personality disorder or psychopathy? All right. And so I wrote this on a somewhere on Facebook. And when I wrote it, I thought that, I just wanted to get this out. And then I thought, I want to come on here and explain it a little further so people can understand how things really work in real life, and without getting all emotional about it, but just helping people understand. Okay. As a profiler, I can find her to have psychopathy. Can find, I'm not saying she is one. As a profiler, I can find Lindsay Clancy to have psychopathy and depression. Now, so people think because I don't deny that she was depressed. Most people get depressed at some point in their lives. They get depressed for a whole bunch of reasons. And having a bunch of children can be depressing. It doesn't mean you necessarily have postpartum depression. It just means that you're depressed postpartum because children are a lot of work, and they're a lot more work than people realize. And since pregnancy is one of those things that people can do without really working that hard at it, don't have to get a degree, don't have to go through a training course, you just have sex and you're pregnant. And then you're a mother. And what do? And most of us aren't well trained to be mothers either. And in societies where we get a limited amount of support, where women these days rarely stay home with their children and have great support systems around them, like aunties and mothers and sisters helping them with the new baby, and even on into, as the children grow, they get so much help. A good portion of women having babies suddenly realize, oh my God, what have I done? I might love this baby, but I didn't realize it was going to be so much work. And then I was going to have to leave my job and miss all my adult friends and ruin my career. And my husband's not helping me out enough. It can be quite traumatic, not because you have any chemical imbalance in your brain, but because you've changed your whole life just like that. And even when you're pregnant, women get through pregnancy because they get a lot of attention, and they may not have the best pregnancy. Some women just really don't love their pregnancy, but still they get a lot of attention. Oh, what's inside? How's the baby? And they go on with their lives. They continue working and doing whatever else. Well, the minute that baby is born, your life turns upside down. And you either are ready for that new life and can move on with it and be thrilled with it, or not so much. And there's all kinds of variations in between. So for all women out there, and for men out there who have children, it changes your life, and you deal with it. And hopefully you deal with it in a way that you realize that the enjoyment you get from your children to be able to have a family is so wonderful that you can make it through those other things. But not everybody ends up feeling that way. Okay? I just want to point that out. Depression is not an unnatural thing when somebody's life changes radically and they're having difficulty dealing with it because it's not what they expected. So I have no problem with Lindsay Clancy being depressed, with or without any kind of postpartum depression, that she had. The chemicals in her brain did something to her. As she had each one of these children, apparently it got more and more difficult for her. And when she had her last baby, it got worse. She says this, which I find interesting. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. What? What? It's not your first baby. It's your third baby. Of course you treat the third baby differently. You have other children running around and, what did you think was going to happen? The other two were going to disappear and you're going to start all over again. Oh my God, I never knew I could focus 100% on that baby. That's not, and not because she's having standing and each time a child. It's resented my older sisters because I thought they got deals that I didn't get because I was a baby. Sometimes they thought I got deals that they didn't get because I was the baby. So I mean, that's the way things work in life. Things change. But she says, I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. Does this mean that she's a psychopath? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying she's having issues. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids. And that's concerning. She does not feel love and connection with all of her kids. Why not? I don't know. All right. And she wants to describe Dawson, a middle child, as the most difficult human I've ever encountered. That child is not that old. I'm not sure what her issue is with him, but interestingly enough, she had a lot of support when she had these children. Before she had the children, she seemed to say that she wanted to have tons of children, which is like, really? You're a nurse, you want to work, but you want like a whole baseball team? No, if you really want that many children, maybe what you need to be is a stay-at-home mom. But if it's are you just saying that so you can be impressive? Oh, I just want so many kids. And then you started having those kids and you're like, these kids are not that easy. And by the time she had the third one, she's like, I don't know about these kids. And that, I guess it's this one. He's a handful. Well, everybody's got that handful kid, So she was struggling with her children and the baby by the time she murdered these children, and she did murder them. So don't make that something different. She murdered them, whether you believe she was in psychosis or not. She murdered them. The baby was 8 months old. And one of the things that bothers me about the postpartum depression / psychosis bit is that when does it end? I mean, I sort of get it. Like, you just had the baby, whatever, but now it's 8 months in and you're still having all these issues. What about 10 months in? When does it stop? How about 2 years old? Can you still have postpartum depression and psychosis at 2 years old? What about the men who kill their children? Do they have postpartum depression? I think they do, but is it chemical? I don't see evidence of that terribly much. And she was never even diagnosed that way. So, that you have children who are becoming depressed does not mean that it's a chemical imbalance in your brain necessarily. Okay, I'm not going to get into the whole big argument here because I know everybody's going to say, yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. But is it, even if it's true? Okay, I'm going to say, all right, let's say it's true. Is it true for Lindsay Clancy? And I do not think it is. And I'm going to show you why I don't think it is. Let me reread this. As a profiler, I can find her to have psychopathy, and depression, that life isn't working out the way she envisioned. And this is important because one of the problems with people with narcissistic personality disorders of any sort is that they have this unrealistic view of life and how they're going to achieve it. Grandiose thinking is big for psychopathy. Grandiose thinking. And then it doesn't turn out that way. It isn't as much fun as you thought. You didn't get as much attention as you thought. Now you're starting to get annoyed. And now you realize it's a lot of work and you become exhausted and you don't want to do that. And that stupid kid wants to nurse all the time. And that stupid kid, and even when she had a great deal, by the way, back here, her husband, she got good maternity leave. Her husband got paternity leave and he worked in the home. And he helped with the children. And these two children were going to nursery school. I think they were going like at least three full days a week and a couple other days part-time. And she had a nanny come in. I was like, wow, I didn't have that deal. That's a lot. She got massive amount of support. And it wasn't enough. Why? Probably because it wasn't working out the way she envisioned, which was, I don't know, she's going to get more kudos for being a mother, that her children are always going to be great kids, whatever delusion. And I do say delusion, not from psychosis, but delusion from narcissistic personality disorder, because that makes a person, when they have this, unrealistic about life. Unrealistic. They want to be the best. They want to be, well, better than everybody else. They want to get more attention than everybody else. A narcissist wants constant ego stroking. They have to have that coming in. It's like food for them. And if it doesn't come in on a regular basis, they become starved and they become angry or hangry. You know, they're a hangry narcissist. It's like, why isn't anybody paying attention to me? Why isn't anybody saying I'm great? And why isn't anybody doing enough for me? This is narcissistic personality disorder. Psychopathy is just at the end of that continuum where a person may become to the utmost of narcissists out there. All right. As a profiler, I can find her to have psychopathy and depression. Okay, I gotta stop here again. Anybody can be depressed, including psychopaths, because they don't get their way. So it's not like you're a psychopath or you're depressed. No, you can be both. And life isn't working out the way she envisioned, and that the children are an impediment. My quote, and I've been quoted on this many times, my most famous quote is that psychopaths either think you're useful or in the way. As long as you're useful, things go on pretty well. You'll see men who get married, they have a couple kids, maybe they're the little league coach, you know, and then one day he murders the entire family and runs off as a stripper. What? Well, because up until that point, all of you guys were useful because I got married, I got sex all the time. She cooked for me. It was great. And then I had these kids and, oh, everybody said, oh, you're a daddy. Isn't that wonderful? And the kids looked up to me. And then those stupid kids got older and they started saying, I don't want to do that, daddy. And the wife started getting a little bored with the sex. So she didn't give as much sex as you wanted. And now they were in the way. And so at that point, you got rid of them all because you're either useful or you're in the way. I think somewhere along here, after the last child was born and she wasn't feeling it, Lindsay Clancy may have felt these kids were useful once, but now they're just in the way because I can't have a life that I want with these kids because I'm not having fun. All right. Now, the next part, that she sought help. People go, oh my God, she sought help. Therefore, she couldn't be narcissistic personality disorder or a psychopath because they don't seek help. Not exactly true. They will seek help when it's useful to them, not when you think it's useful, when they think it's useful, either because they're trying to manipulate somebody for drugs, they're trying to manipulate so that they look good, like, oh, you know, I sought help, or because, and in this case, I think this is what is true. I think she sought help thinking she might not have to go to the lengths she did to fix the situation. So even if she had narcissistic personality disorder, even if she was psychopathic, she might have thought, if I go to these go to the doctors. I don't think she got much in the way of therapy. If I go to the doctors and they give me drugs, maybe I can cheer myself up. Maybe that'll work. And I want to have to do something drastic because I don't know what to do because I'm not happy. but I don't know what to do. So maybe they can fix it for me. I think that's very possible for her to decide that. And so she goes and they give her stuff and she tries it and she's thinking it ain't working. And she does check out about sociopathy. Can you fix that? Well, why are you looking that up? Maybe because at that point you're realizing maybe my problem is not solvable with drugs or even therapy. Maybe I got a problem here. So she went seeking help, trying to change what she hoped could be changed in some way, so maybe she wouldn't have to go to the final option. All right, so I think what happened was it didn't work. Now, just because she went and tried to get help, doesn't mean that she wasn't premeditating the possibility of what would happen if she didn't get help that worked. Doesn't mean she didn't plan. At somewhere along the way, she might be saying, you know, this is kind of useful just in case this stuff doesn't work. Well, it will be helpful if I have this record of I've sought help. I'm going to tell them I have postpartum depression. Hey, because that's real popular today, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. I can tell you from the comments that I'm going to get below here, there's going to be an explosion of people going, Pat Brown, you do not understand. I suffered from postpartum depression. I suffer from psychosis. Well, you think she's an idiot? Doesn't realize these things. She works in the field. She works in the field with mothers. I mean, in the hospital. She knows this stuff. She's not an idiot. She knows this stuff. And so if she's trying to get help at the same hand, you can have double motives. People don't understand this. People think you can have one motive. You can have double motives. She might have thought, okay, if I could get some kind of something, or they could do something for me that keep me from having to knock off my children, because that's kind of like really a risky venture there. If they can do something to get me through this crap, maybe I can get the, I don't know, maybe it'll work. But in case it doesn't, it'll set up a very nice history of me seeking help after having a baby and saying I have postpartum depression, whatever. Doesn't mean she's not planning. You can plan. You can have two motives at the same time. You can plan. And then it doesn't really work out, but you got the history behind you and you say, okay, clearly this is not going well. So I'm going to go through with the nuclear option. And I'm going to try to survive it, which I think she did try to survive it. So I am on the prosecution side on this. I do not think she intended to kill herself. I think she very, again, methodically planned to send her husband out of the house. Her best day ever, her husband says. Well, that's what is called manipulation, because she had to make him believe everything was superb for him to be comfortable leaving the house. And she did. She was good at it. By the way, I want to let you know, people who are narcissistic personality disorder and psychopaths can be very, very engaging people. Very, very, they can smile when they need to smile. They can emote the way that you think they should emote. They can be kind and sweet and wonderful. They can be doing all this because they're acting. They're acting as a person would act if they were not psychopathic or severe narcissism, because they think, okay, this will get people to like me. And it works like a charm. People do like them. And they see the smiles and they're like, oh my, that's a nice person. People fall for it all the time. I'm going to talk about her husband, Patrick, in just a little bit, because people said, well, what about him? Okay. So let's go back to her, though. I think she did try to survive it. I think her plan was to get him out of the house, tell him the best day ever, get him all psyched up to think everything was cool, get him away for that hour, planned it out perfectly. As soon as he walks out the door, she's off strangling her children, one after the other. And it's not an instantaneous thing. It's not like somebody had a gun and just went like this one time. She strangled one, and the terror and horror of that child dying, she could see. I don't know if she strangled her from the front or the back. I am not privy to that information. I at least haven't seen it yet. But she watched the child die in front of her. The child she brought into this world. The three children, for some reason, people seem to forget exist. They're like, oh, I feel so bad for Lindsay. She's going through hell. These little children thought that was the woman that cared about them, the woman they trusted. They went through hell. These two children, that little baby, as they're being strangled to death by the person they believed loved them, which they apparently were wrong about, probably because she was a good actress as far as being a mother too. So she strangles one of them. And then after that one dies, and she sees them go cold and blue and stop breathing, and their eyes no longer move. Didn't bother her a bit. She went to the second one. She did it again. That child, just the terror that child must have felt. She did it again. And after that happened, she went to the baby. I guess the baby, I don't know if the baby's last. None of us really know. And then she did that to him too, until all three of them are lying dead in front of her. That's cold-blooded as hell. I'm sorry. I don't find that psychosis. I find that cold-blooded and very meticulous. All right. Then somewhere in the middle of that, hubby calls and says, hey, hon, I'm at the store. And she's like, okay, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't seem to have any problem talking to him. She didn't have any problem talking to the stores before she sent him out. She didn't have any trouble making orders. She was clear of mind at everything else except for the one moment in time, some male voice came out of nowhere and said, you better kill them quickly now so you can kill yourself. Get out of here. And to me, that people would fall for that. It is a little frustrating to me because she never experienced this kind of thing on a long-term basis. It's just popped up after she planned to send her husband away for enough time for the voice to pop up and tell her to kill her kids, and methodically. And apparently just one time, kill the kids. And then she killed one and didn't, hey, should I kill some more? She apparently didn't ask that question. So anyway, she kills 3 kids. And now she's going to kill herself. She's a nurse. She knows exactly how to kill herself. She goes upstairs and takes some medicine she knows will not take effect before her husband gets home, because she knows her husband is coming home. Now, there are people who've made the mistake of thinking their partner's coming home or is in the next room and is going to come in and check on them. And they do something, something that will kill them in let's say 30 minutes to an hour. And they assume somebody's going to be there before that happens. That's what you call an attempt. That's not what you call actually, I wanted to do myself in. It's an attempt that you knew was going to be interrupted. If you didn't want to be interrupted, she had a car outside. After you kill your kids, you jump in your car, you drive down the road 150 miles an hour and just slam into a tree. You take the knife with you. You go any place and you make sure you're dead. She didn't do that. What she did was take some medicine, because by the time she finished killing off the 3 children, her husband was already on the way home. She knew he was going to be there in a few minutes. She knew that medication was not going to take effect. Now I know, oh gosh, there's some people out there going, well, but she was in psychosis. She didn't think clearly. And the defense is using that same statement for everything. Well, if she did that, it's because she wasn't thinking clearly. She was in psychosis. And then, of course, she does everything clearly. It's like, well, psychosis doesn't always make you think unclearly. Make up your mind. Which one is it? You can't think clearly, or you do think clearly? All right. So she takes medicine. She knows drugs are not going to take effect. Then she goes and puts superficial cuts on her wrist, the wrong direction, and then her throat. Does it cause bleeding? Sure. She works in a hospital. Bleeding, if you bleed like a pig sometimes. just from the smallest cuts. And it looks terrible. It does. I mean, it does. It looks horrible. But man, to actually, if you actually have to cut some major artery for yourself to bleed out to the extent that you need to bleed out in a short amount of time. And she knew she wasn't bleeding out. She knew she was just throwing some blood around. It's not a big deal. I mean, if anybody's ever cut themselves in the kitchen, man, it looks like a crime scene. And all you did was cut your little finger a little bit. She knew enough. She did that. And of course, the defense attorney is perfectly happy to have the public see all of these pictures of the blood on her body. Look at the blood all over her body. It was not that big a deal. Sorry. I've seen murder scenes. Yeah, no. That was that. And then people say, oh, well, she was going to do these things, but she didn't do it. She just panicked and didn't do each one of them well enough. And that's why she threw herself out the window. I agree with the prosecution. Although I will admit, I have not seen the pictures that the prosecution says there's blood that's on the windowsill and blood that's going down the shingles, which indicates to them that she got on the windowsill and tried to hang out the window and drop in order to not kill herself. And I personally think that's very likely. It's only a second-story window. Even if you jumped out, you wouldn't know you're going to kill yourself. If you jumped out with your feet going to the ground. Of course, they say she threw herself out the window head first. I don't believe that's true. But there's going to be people say, well, you didn't see the picture, so you don't know. Okay. All right, Mr. Defense Attorney, let us see those dang pictures. I can't find them. Maybe if you can find them, link me below where the heck those pictures are. Because I did AI on this one, and I'm like, where are the pictures? And supposedly AI said, well, the defense didn't want the public to see those. I'm like, why not? Didn't mind us seeing all the pictures of the blood all over her body at the hospital. Why can't we see some blood on shingles? Why not? I don't know. I said, maybe I missed something here. And so if you know, put it below. But if the prosecution is what they're saying is true, she hung herself out the window. She wasn't trying to kill herself. What she probably did was miscalculate the fact that the ground was solid, and maybe when she pushed off, she dropped or lost grip because her hands were slippery. She fell in a way she didn't expect to fall, and it caused paralysis. And probably when she woke up, she was like, "Oh my God, what the hell? I'm paralyzed. How this is horrible." Not the kids were dead, but that I'm paralyzed. And she asked for a lawyer because after you murder your children. Personally, I just ask for whatever religion you are. Ask for a priest. Ask for a pastor. Say, I deserve to die. I didn't manage to kill myself, but I deserve to die. I don't need a lawyer. But anyway, I think it's calculated. I don't think she intended to die. I think she intended, after she gave up, couldn't figure out how to make her life work. Children were not useful anymore and in the way, but she couldn't figure out how to get them out of her life. Now people are going to say, oh, well, she could have just divorced. Oh, people murder constantly instead of divorce. Why? Because when you get divorced, you have to go through court. You have to deal with child custody issues forever and ever and ever. And your kids are still around to annoy you, So if you get rid of everybody, you don't have to deal with any of that. It's just, they're all gone. And everybody feels sad for you. And, you have good funerals and everybody pats you on the back and says how terrible. And then you can get dates because you say, I'm a widow. I'm a widower. My whole family, they were murdered. But you don't have anything to deal with anymore. Scott Peterson, if he had divorced Lacey, he'd still have to deal with that kid. He'd have to pay child support the rest of his life. And he'd have to have phone calls with Lacey. He'd have to have, aren't you going to take your son for the weekend? But if he gets rid of Lacey and the baby,
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everyone, thank you. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Amy Bevins.
You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not allow allegations of Commonwealth you may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree spray.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS.
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in early intervention for young children with autism.
You could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little forward to the mic. How long have you been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
And after that?
All the way up through middle school and high school as well.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you keep in touch?
Through texts, phone calls. We visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit home, we would stay in touch. I traveled to Boston not very frequently, but I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you also have a group text with other friends from Connecticut that you both grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
And how often would you text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty a calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Ms. Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk to you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time, after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
Or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut in November of 2022?
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations about in January of 2023 about some issues that Lindsay was having?
Yes.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question?
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to or had been tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
What was the tone of the conversation?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Did you visit Miss Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was a pretty basic visit.
When you say you made small talk, what did she talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding, and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically now.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora Dawson or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon. You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
Almost 29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went off to college and you had your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan?
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I mean, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in.
Yes.
To visit with her. And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
It was brief, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications. And you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health. And she asked me if I knew, like, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was. And again, it's page 13. And she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall the specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there were some difficulties with it?
Yes.
Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding, being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and when she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate or did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Counsel? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Christopher Clancy.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you give Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Start, please.
Thank you. Is this my water? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Como.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher William Clancy. CHRISTOPHERWCLANCY.
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61.
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she, in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So was that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you'd seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
in Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet. Okay.
And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it, so I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right.
You know.
It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
I
correct?
could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it's just a little chaotic.
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022, did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes,
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Did you know that there were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, we'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how were the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved?
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that, strike that. Do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, but they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good. She was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us like what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting, just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves.
Almost just like, something like that.
Okay. So at some points she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would?
Pretty much.
Okay. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
In January?
January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Is this the night of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family.
And district attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th of 22. And she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet. And then she used the term, did you know about the struggles? Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure. Yeah.
I think we all saw that sidebar coming. I'm sure we're gonna have a quick discussion about what is meant by troubles, and they will be right back. In the meantime, please remember to vote in the poll. I have a new one up. Please let us know your opinion. Thank you, everyone. I have to say, I think that there've been a couple days where I personally felt it was pretty strong for the defense. Like they were, to me at least, seemed like the stronger side. But today, I think that the state is doing well. Like, I'm feeling a little doubt. I voted 2 in that first poll, and now I'm feeling a little, I don't know. What do you guys think? So for anyone just coming in, they are sidebarring, and we have Lindsay's former father-in-law, Christopher Clancy, on the stand at the moment. They were kind of just starting the cross-examination, and then they needed to talk. So while they have their talk, we're just waiting here. This one's turning out to be a little bit of a long one. I think it's about the word issues that came up under the direct examination.
Thank you, sir. I think I was asking you about the word "the struggles," and can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. I knew she just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room where my wife was working. Those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th and then Thanksgiving of 22 and then up until Christmas and then after Christmas, and the time frame actually right up to January 24th, you guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans.
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct?
Yeah.
And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me sit down. Thank you. Come on. Could I see you over here just scheduling?
So it seems like that witness is dismissed. That was Christopher Clancy. Another one of the more, quick testimonies, but I think it was pretty straightforward for the most part. He did say that incident that he observed, he didn't feel that she was being abusive. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Start the next witness for just a couple of minutes. And we're going to break till 2 o'clock. So I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back here at 2 o'clock. Same instructions I've been giving you the whole time during the break. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Don't do any research about this. Don't look into anything about this case or any similar cases. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. We have a next break. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all right.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
a loving mom, Lindsay Clancy, Googles ways to kill, then murders her 3 tots dead in the basement with her own exercise bands. Tonight, she claims I was crazy. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
She knew right from wrong. What appears to be perfectly sane obviously was not. This woman, whatever happened, whether it was planned in her mind, committed one of the most heinous acts I have ever heard.
147 Summers Street, respond with the police. Male party off the top floor of the house, slice her wrist as well, and neck injuries, neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med plate. It was over a 20-foot fall.
It's unknown where the knife is or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the, looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
She did use a knife at first, unknown where that is at this time.
Let's start a mutual aid ambulance.
I'm on the way. We're with the county.
I got 2 pediatric arrests to make.
I'm as a 2 pediatrics arrests. We got a mutual aid on the way.
You are hearing the 911 calls, at least part of them, because the initial 911 is from the father, the dad of those children. The judge has ordered that not be released. While we are not bound by that judge's ruling, we are adhering to it in the interest of justice. Instead, you are hearing back and forth between law enforcement. Is that the missing piece of the puzzle? Mom slits her own wrists and jumps out a window after killing all 3 of her children, the youngest just 8 months old. We have seen child murders by mommy many, many times before. Is this the fact that sets her, Lindsay Clancy, apart from other moms? Well, do I have to say tot mom, Casey Anthony? Instead of any remorse, she was in every bar in town on stripper poles. Okay, so that's not really a good comparison. What about Andrea Yates? Andrea Yates murdered all of her children. Similar to this case, she waits until her husband, Rusty, is gone, locks the doors, and methodically kills each child. And they fought to live. Their bodies were bruised from fighting to get out from under the water where she held them under. Andrea Yates claimed postpartum psychosis, and she was deemed to be psychotic at the time of the murders, and she is in a mental facility today, years later. But then you've got Deanna Laney, also known as Rock Mom, who bludgeoned her children dead with a rock, leaving one of them, as I recall, with permanent brain damage. She claimed psychosis. After 8 short years, she has walked free. Different scenarios, same underlining theory. Joining me an all-star panel, but first let's take a listen to those 911 calls again to the control room. Do not play dad.
147 Summers Street, respond with the police. Male party off the top floor of the house, slice her wrist as well, and neck injuries, neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med plate. It was over a 20-foot fall.
It's unknown where the knife is or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the, looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
She did use a knife at first, unknown where that is at this time.
Let's start a mutual aid ambulance.
I'm on the way. We're with the county.
I got 2 pediatric arrests to make.
I'm as a 2 pediatrics arrests. We got a mutual aid on the way. Mutual aid at this time.
before I head out to our all-star panel, including Christina Rex out of this jurisdiction, who has been in the courtroom since the beginning and was at the crime scene the night of the murders of the 3 children. Before I go to Christina Rex and the rest of our panel, I want you to hear what Clancy's defense attorney has to say.
She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable and has been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry. And in fact, sometime about a month or 2 ago, she made the comment, "I just wish that I could feel something." Now, our society fails miserably in treating women with postpartum depression or even postpartum psychosis.
From our friends at Court Shop, let me see a picture of the 3 children. We are seemingly focusing on the mom, Lindsay Clancy, and not on the 3 murder victims who could not fight back. They were strangled dead with mommy's exercise bands after she Googled ways to kill. After she Googled, can you treat a sociopath? After writing in her journal that she resented her older 2 children. She sends the dad out for takeout food and to the pharmacy, waits for him to leave, and murders her children. And let me remind everyone, Lindsay Clancy is presumed innocent. Joining me, Christina Rex, reporter, WBZ TV, in the courtroom from the get-go and on the crime scene that night. I hear the defense lawyer saying she's been crying. Oh, okay. I guess so. She should be crying. Some juncture she says she's crying. Sometimes she says she's not crying. I don't care if she's crying. They're dead. First, before we get to what's happening in the courtroom, there's going to be hand-to-hand mutual combat over this case because the prosecutor is digging in that mommy made a plan. The defense is digging in. This is not just postpartum depression, it's postpartum psychosis. But I want to go to the night of the crime itself, Christina Rex. What did you observe at the scene?
Yeah, so this is top 3 worst crime scenes I've ever been to. You know, as a reporter, we're behind the crime scene tape. So luckily I didn't see the gruesome details, but I've never seen police officers weeping at a crime scene the way I did that night. When we had gotten there, it was, a breaking news. We just heard it over the scanner. We didn't know what was going on. We just could tell it was something bad. But when I got to the crime scene and I saw police officers leaving the house in tears, we knew it was really, really a bad situation inside the house.
Christina Rex, is my understanding that it was so bad that these seasoned officers had to get counseling.
Yeah, it's not unusual in Massachusetts after a traumatic event, often ones involving children, for the police stations to offer counseling. But in this case, we know, officers took the station up on that. It took the department up on that and really did need that support because of just how traumatic this crime scene was.
The children were all found herded into the basement and dead, strangled with mommy's exercise bands. You get there on the scene. Again, what did you actually observe?
Police officers in and out of the house, bringing out evidence bags, which is pretty standard to see. Police officers crying. And I remember the district attorney showed up on the scene and held a press conference after 10 p.m., which I know that doesn't seem odd maybe to the general public, but for the district attorney, the head of the department for that entire county, to show up on scene to speak to the media that late at night, you knew this was something really serious.
Were you there when the children's bodies were wheeled out?
Yes, but in Massachusetts, often the medical examiner will bring a van and block the view of any members of the public or cameras as they bring the bodies out. So I didn't actually see them.
I want to go to that night. Christina Rex joining us out of WBZ TV. Was mommy taken into custody that night?
Yes, but it's complicated. So she had injuries of her own. So she was taken to a hospital. She was actually taken to the local hospital near Duxbury where they lived, and then brought to Boston because of the seriousness of her injuries. You can see in the pictures here. So she was in custody in the sense that she was technically arrested and had police guards outside of her hospital room and at her hospital bed, and she wasn't allowed visitors, but not taken into custody in the sense of going to jail the way we would think of it traditionally because she was so hurt.
Joining me is a renowned medical examiner, the chief medical examiner in Tarrant County, that's Fort Worth, Texas. He's an esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU. He's a star of a hit podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue, and he has performed well over 10,000 autopsies. Not only that, he is a husband and a father. Dr. Kendall Crowns, we've got two divergent views of what happened. I don't know the truth of it. Was she in postpartum psychosis, not depression, psychosis, where you actually do not understand what you're doing? In this case, she heard a, quote, unknown male voice ordering her to kill the children. She states that she said, "Go to God, baby," when she killed her children. So I've got the injuries to the three children, what happened to their bodies, and I've got mommy trying to slit her wrists and jumping out of a window and apparently paralyzing herself. Let's start with the children, Dr. Kendall Crowns. Strangulation with the use of exercise bands. What would the bodies reveal? Would I be able to tell if they fought back like I know they did in the Andrea Yates case? Because their bodies were covered in bruises.
So exercise bands are these kind of rubbery silicone or latex bands. They have a fair amount of stretch to them. Each child has them tied around their necks quite tightly. So as far as findings would be, it's a ligature strangulation. So it would leave an impression around the neck that you could find at autopsy. Due to the young nature of the children, their throat structures, hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage wouldn't fracture because they aren't bony yet. You might see some neck muscular hemorrhages. As far as them fighting back, the infant, of course, probably wouldn't do much of anything. The slightly older children, the oldest child could kind of grab at the ligature trying to pull it off, which would leave fingernail marks on the neck as she was trying to remove the ligature from about her neck. If she fought back against her mom, she might have scratched at her mom, but it wouldn't show many injuries to her hands. Children don't have a lot of strength, so you don't usually see a lot of offensive injuries on them, meaning like punching or something like that. Typically, what you're going to find in a case like this is them trying to get that ligature off their neck and seeing scratches around their neck.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, if the children had been dosed with, let's just say, Benadryl as an example, how would we tell that? Because if they didn't try to fight back, were they dosed?
So commonly in these type of cases, the mother does poison them or gives them a drug to put them in a sedative state so they aren't moving around and they aren't fighting back. And also the parent doesn't have to deal with them crying as well, which is going to be very difficult. Benadryl is a typical one that is used because it'll put a child into a sleepy trance-like state so they can be easily killed. One of the things we're going to look for in this situation is Benadryl in the stomach, which leaves kind of a pink residue in the stomach contents itself, depending on how much Benadryl was used. And then we'll also look at it in toxicologic testing, looking for specifically diphenhydramine, which is the non-trade name of Benadryl.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I want to move to the mom, Lindsay Clancy. I feel that there is enough evidence to show she knew what she was doing. She had the wherewithal to lie to her husband, saying she was too exhausted to cook dinner and could he bring home takeout, and to the pharmacy to make sure he would be gone long enough time to herd the children, get them down to the basement, to retrieve the exercise bands. However, have you seen the list of meds she was on? It's called polypharmacism. I don't know what doctors were giving her all these meds, but take all these meds and this alone would make you out of your mind. Listen to this. I'm going to give you the street names. The Latin names, the clinical names are unpronounceable to us regular people. Ambien, which is Zolpidem, Klonopin, Valium, which is diazepam, Prozac, Lamictal, Ativan, Remeron, Seroquel, Trazodone. I mean, I believe she was on either 11 to 13 prescriptions, and each one is heavy duty. I'm not talking about a baby aspirin, doctor. Serious medication, sleep pills, long-acting anxiety pills, sleep and anxiety, that's Valium, antidepressant, mood stabilizers, another anxiety and sleep, another sleep, an antipsychotic, another sleep. This woman had checked herself voluntarily into clinics before the murders. What are these meds, Dr. Kendall Crowns?
I have to say, I mean, we knew about the meds. I knew the number of meds and stuff like that, but I hadn't heard them like listed out like that. And it does, I mean, that is like a dispensary right there. So, I mean, regardless of, you know, what your opinion is on, you know, whether this was some kind of a psychosis or not psychosis, whether she planned it. I mean, I think it is undeniable that that is a lot of medication. Of course, depending on how much of it she was taking and stuff like that. We did play a really interesting video from Dr. Yusuf at the beginning of this video, so go ahead and check it if you're just coming in. Catch the replay later, and I'm trying to give you guys a variety of opinions on this, but like I say, a whole dispensary there. That is a lot of meds. It really is.
So the medications you're describing are a mixture of anti-anxiety, antidepressants, and as you said, sleep aids. She's obviously struggling with ongoing anxiety, depression, and this can all be brought on by pregnancy. It's a known clinical diagnosis. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I couldn't tell you exactly how it all works and what medications are best, but obviously she was going through something to be on that many anti-anxiety, antidepressive medications. So does it play a factor? I couldn't tell you, but again, it is something to consider.
At approximately 6:11 last night, the Duxbury Police received a 911 call for a report of a suspected attempted suicide of a female resident who had jumped from a window at the home at 47 Summer Street. Upon arrival, Duxbury Police and Fire located the woman, and she was treated on scene and transported to a local hospital for treatment, where she remains at this time. She's been identified as Lindsay Clancy, age 32. First responders subsequently located 3 children in the homes under the age of 5, unconscious with obvious signs of severe trauma. A 5-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy were transported to Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, where they were pronounced deceased. They've been identified as Cora Clancy and Dawson Clancy. A 7-month-old infant boy was med-flighted to Boston Children's Hospital, where he remains for treatment as we speak. Preliminarily, it appears the children were strangled.
How did they know that, Dr. Kendall Crowns? That was Timothy Cruz from Plymouth County, the district attorney at that time. How could they look at the bodies, that's from our friends at WMUR, and know the children, the babies, were strangled?
So I believe when they are all found, they have the exercise bands tied about their necks. So right there, you're going to know they're strangled. If the exercise bands are not there, you're going to have a ligature impression left around the neck from the band itself, which is this kind of gray-red to tan impression that matches the exercise band. The other thing is because it's going to clip off the internal jugular and the carotid artery, you're going to get petechial hemorrhages. So you'll have multiple little petechial or pinpoint hemorrhages about the face, in the inner eyelids, and on the mucosa of the mouth. All those findings externally point to strangulation.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to restart today? The 5S start at 6.
An arrest warrant.
Good luck.
As a result of information gathered during the course of the investigation, we developed probable cause and today are seeking and obtaining an arrest warrant out of Plymouth District Court, charging 32-year-old Lindsay Clancy, the mother of these children, with their homicides. Lindsay Clancy, as I stated, is being treated at a Boston hospital. As soon as able, we will be arraigning her on the 2 charges of murders and the deaths of her children.
The baby, Callan, was being treated. He died. Again, that's Timothy Cruz, the then Plymouth County District Attorney from our friends at WMUR. Dr. Kendall Crowns, let me remind you, is the Chief Medical Examiner in Tarrant County. That's Fort Worth. Dr. Kendall Crowns, if they had lived, would they have been brain damaged permanently?
It is a possibility because of the fact that it only takes a matter of minutes, about 3 to 4 minutes, for you to have enough lack of oxygen to the brain to cause permanent brain damage. So even if they had survived, there would have been long-term implications or sequelae from the lack of oxygen getting through their brain. They potentially would have been in a persistent vegetative state for their entire lives.
Okay, hold on. I knew it was only a matter of time, Dr. Kendall Crowns. You're hitting me with Latin doctor phrases. What is sequela?
That is the consequences of having the lack of oxygen to your brain parenchyma or your brain starts dying. So the sequela of brain death means you might be paralyzed, you might be unable to breathe for yourself, you might have to be on all sorts of machines to keep you alive, which would be the vegetative state that they potentially could have been from the brain damage caused from the lack of oxygen to their brain.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, how do you do it? How do you stay so calm and clinical? I was thinking about you explaining sequela. It sounds like the Latin derivative of sequence, the sequence of events following the strangulations with mommy's exercise bands. The sequence of events would be that they are forever in a persistent, as you say, vegetative state. In other words, like a coma. They can't move, they can't talk, they can't play, they can't speak. They're just lying there on life support until they die. The sequela, the sequence of events, vegetative, a vegetable. That's what happened to them. How do you, Dr. Kendall Crowns, especially in light of the fact you're a dad, how do you not talk about this case and think about your own children?
So any pediatric case, well, really any case is upsetting. It's sad when someone dies, especially with children. Children really can't defend themselves. Children are innocent and they had a long life to live. It's upsetting. It's upsetting to me. I mean, like you said, I have kids, but I separate myself from the fact that they are not my children. And I have a job to do. And if I get too emotional, I get wrapped up in the emotion of the death of this child, I cannot perform my duties. I have a job to do to determine the cause and manner of death, no matter how upsetting it is. That's what I'm there to do, is determine their cause and manner of death. And I would be doing a disservice to the decedent or the dead person and the family, the living family, if I don't do my job correctly. So I can't sit there and be upset about this horrible tragedy that has occurred, because I have a job to do, and that's what I do every day.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I want to talk about the mother, and then I'm going to go to Dr. Catherine Bendorf. She is a psychiatrist, postpartum expert, co-founder and CEO of the medical director at the Motherhood Center in New York. You know what? Hold on, because I want to come back to you about the physical nature of her injuries, Dr. Kendall Crowns. And I would like to state that I can't think of anyone I would trust more performing an autopsy than Dr. Kendall Crowns, because of his, of course, experience and education, but his steadiness. And as a former prosecutor, what am I going to do with a doctor that gets on the stand and cracks up and starts crying or gets upset? I mean, okay, I'm already upset enough. I don't need my medical examiner to be upset. Dr. Catherine Bendorf, you just must be like a limp dish rag, because you deal with this every day. Oh my goodness, I've got so much to say about you. I'll try to say it quickly so we can get to the case. Okay, hold on. Founding member, Payne Whitney Women's Program at Weill Cornell Medicine. That's New York Presbyterian Hospital. That's not shabby, doctor, not shabby. Author of What No One Tells You, A Guide to Your Emotions from Pregnancy to Motherhood. All I had was What to Expect When You're Expecting, and I was too tired to read it. I never heard about this. What No One Tells You, A Guide to Your Emotions from Pregnancy to Motherhood. And The 9 Rooms of Happiness, Loving Your Life, Finding Your Purpose, Getting Over Life's Little Imperfections. Dr. Bendorf, I could go on, but I want to get to the case in chief. You heard all of those pills and meds she was on. Once, I believe, for schizophrenia. How can one person take all those meds and even function?
Well, for individuals with postpartum psychosis, they have to try different medications to see what works. And they are often tried at different times, not all at the same time. So for individuals suffering from illnesses like this, bipolar disorder, psychotic disorders, depression, anxiety. We generally try things. These are trial and error. Psychopharmacology, as you said, polypharmacy, might be seen because there are multiple different medications being tried at different times. Sometimes there's a cross taper when you're putting one on and taking one off. So, I don't have an understanding of how these meds and what sequence they were used. But for someone with postpartum psychosis, they are medication. They sound like medications that are legitimately used for such an illness.
What do you make of her being on this potpourri of serious drugs?
Again, for individuals with postpartum psychosis, I would say typically one is on 3 medications at minimum, right? A mood stabilizer, an antipsychotic, and probably an anti-anxiety medication. That's a typical group of medications to treat, to really get a hold of this severe, serious, life-threatening illness that is a psychiatric or medical emergency. You need to use the big guns, so to speak. And not all medications the first time work for somebody, so you might have to try something else. So what I make is that in somebody, again, I don't know the sequence of events or when they were used at what times, but yeah, it would be uncommon to have somebody on all of them at the same time.
I'm trying to make sense of what I am learning about the case. Back to investigative reporter Christina Rex from WBZ TV, who was there on the scene. The night of the murders. Anne has been in court. This is going to be a knockdown drag out in court. The prosecutor is digging in that mommy knew what she was doing. The defense is arguing postpartum psychosis. Psychosis, much different from depression. Christina Rex, is it true that mom tried to commit suicide? Yes?
In this case, yes.
It seems to me the state is going to argue, why would she try to commit if she didn't know what she had just done was wrong?
Yeah, it does seem like they're going to try to argue that. And not only that, they claim in their opening statements that there was a phone call that Lindsay actually called Patrick back. So, if the defense is arguing that she was in a state of psychosis, they're going to have to say when that was. Was it the entire time? And at previous hearings, the prosecutors had kind of insinuated that maybe this attempt was, feeble at best, which is something that the defense attorney really dug into in his opening statement, fighting back against that allegation.
Christina Rex, WBZ TV, you stated that a phone call was made. What is the significance of the phone call? When was the moment the call was made?
So we always knew that there was a 14-second phone call between Lindsay and Patrick at the point where Patrick was away from the house and when Lindsay was at home alone with the kids that night. We didn't know specifically when the phone call happened, but in the prosecutor's opening statement, she claimed that the phone call happened in between the time when Lindsay had already killed the children in the basement and before she went upstairs to try to take her own life. So the claim was that Lindsay had a missed call on her phone from Patrick because he was at the pharmacy getting some medicine for their oldest daughter. And she called him back and had a 14-second conversation with him. And she was on the first floor at the time, then before she went upstairs to attempt to take her own life. So she spoke to him on the phone, and he had told investigators that she seemed normal. Nothing seemed like it was off.
Oh, my stars. Now I see why the prosecution is bringing it up.
Right. That's what the prosecutors are claiming happened there. And Patrick had told investigators early on that the only thing that seemed different on the phone call was that she seemed like she was distracted by something.
The 3 bodies in the basement, possibly. What can you tell me about her internet searches?
So prosecutors say that over the course of some time, I don't know the specific amount of time, but not just that day, on the family laptop, which only Lindsay and Patrick had access to, there were searches for ways to commit. And Patrick has testified that he didn't make those searches. So then the takeaway is that Lindsay is the one who made those searches.
Where did we learn about her writings? I guess it was in her journal that she resented the older 2 children.
Yeah, Lindsay kept a diary, and this is part of the indictment. So, you know, when the prosecutors indicted her, there's a whole statement of the case where they really lay out why they're charging her with first-degree murder. And they claim that she kept a diary where she wrote kind of daily logs and sometimes feelings, and that she wrote at one point that she resented her 2 older children because they put her in a position where she didn't feel like she could treat her youngest, Callan, like her first baby. And actually, Patrick testified that there were often times, you know, once Callan was born, where Lindsay would take care of the baby. They would often, he said, divide and conquer. So Lindsay would take care of the baby. Callan and Patrick would take care of the 2 older children.
A Plymouth County, Massachusetts grand jury indicted Lindsay Clancy in the killings of her 3 children, Cora 5, Dawson 3, and 8-month-old Callan. The 33-year-old faces 3 counts each of murder and strangulation. CT Insider reports after allegedly killing her children, Clancy attempted to commit. Clancy's attorney says she's paralyzed from the waist down, suffering from spinal injuries, and likely will never walk again.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates and the gavel cover.
They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously killed by this defendant on January 24th. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. She goes to the 2nd floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says he killed the kids.
You are hearing the felony prosecutor in this case, Shannon Buckingham, giving her opening to the jury. That's from our friends at East Idaho News. Straight out now to veteran trial lawyer, criminal defense attorney Eric Faddis, founder, the law offices of Eric Faddis. Okay, Eric, hit it. What's your best shot?
You know, I'm not sure I've seen a stronger mental health case. In this case, the jury's got to decide, is Lindsay Clancy a bloodthirsty monster who delights in the death of her own children? Or is she someone who was severely deranged, hearing hallucinations, a voice telling her to kill her children on a 13-drug cocktail, and the person who the father of those children described as very, very sick at trial? Which one is she? I think everybody can look at the case, the historical record, things leading up to what happened, and determine that it's the latter, that she had suffered a psychotic break, not only postpartum psychosis, but also bipolar disorder, contending with multiple diseases or defects aligned with the defense statute in terms of a lack of criminal responsibility, a very strong mental health defense here.
Christine.
Sorry for the technical issues, everyone. I keep getting kicked off the stage. Hopefully everything has been going okay with the audio. Let me know. But I did want to just weigh in on that comment that he just made about, like, just from a defense attorney's perspective on the matter. I think that is interesting, and he says that he hasn't seen a stronger case for this kind of thing. So yeah, I guess it really does, as always, depend on which way you look at it.
Rex, WBZ TV, had she been in mental health therapy pre-children? I know she had postpartum depression, but before that, had she had treatment for schizophrenia or any other mental illness?
So no, at least what her ex-husband Patrick testified to was that her mental health issues, she struggled and had maybe seen a therapist briefly after her first or second child, but really when she got into mental health treatment, numerous different kinds of treatment, was starting in September of 2022, which was just, 4 or 5 months before she killed the kid.
So prior to this, there had been no extended mental health treatment. She was not under medications, let's just say, for hallucinations, for psychosis, for schizophrenia, even for depression. Nothing. Okay.
That's correct.
That's significant because the state's going to argue. So she suddenly went crazy now and killed her children. And back to you, Faddis. Why are you saying either she is a, quote, your words, not mine, a bloodthirsty monster, or a woman that had been overprescribed serious drugs? Those aren't my only two choices. And I don't really accept either one of them.
I think the prosecutor's got to convince this jury that Lindsay Clancy was of reasonably sound mind and did this in a calculated and knowing fashion, that this was deliberate, that she wanted to just off her kids. But there really just isn't any significant evidence of her motive to do that, of a reason to do that, of some kind of payoff. Instead, according to the father, Patrick Clancy.
Wait, did you just say there's no evidence of motive? Whoa. Let me send you back in the time machine to criminal law 1L. First year, the state doesn't have to prove motive. I don't have to get in her head and bang around like it's Granny's attic and figure out what the motive is. We don't have to prove motive. So
you don't
erase. Jurassic erase. Okay, try again, Faddis.
Even though motive is not an element that the prosecution has to prove, don't you think a jury wants to be given a reason why she would do this? The reason they have is that she voiced some frustration about some of her kids at some point. Haven't all parents done that? Does that equate to a motive to strangle 3 of your children to death? I don't think it does. I think that's common parental activity.
Don't need to show motive. Why does any parent, you know what? I've got an expert. Brian Bennett is joining us along with Dr. Catherine Bendorf. Brian Bennett, former state law enforcement officer over 25 years, senior instructor in advanced behavioral science at the State Police Academy in South Carolina, 16 years, and he specializes in strangulation assaults, domestic violence, and elder abuse. Brian, is there a motive to kill a child? Is there a good reason? Have you ever heard a good reason why the child has to die? I haven't.
No, I mean, never a good reason for me. Some of the offenders that we've arrested in the past, they formulate a reason that seems to make them feel better or justify their actions. With respect to this case, and one thing that I immediately thought of is something I say all the time, and that's patterns always exist before the time of discovery. What really matters is, what do those patterns tell us? Certainly we have patterns of searching the internet, patterns of sending the husband out, but we also see patterns of mental health treatment, patterns of going to doctors and getting medication. So the combination of patterns and what those mean are going to be really important to both the prosecution and defense, and what the jury determines what has the most weight in their final decision.
Dr. Catherine Berndorf?
If it's medically determined that she had postpartum psychosis, the symptoms of it are, having delusions, hallucinations, confusions, beliefs that are out of touch with reality. And that can exist in a very circumscribed way inside what appears to be very normal behaviors. So you won't always see it. It comes and goes, it waxes and wanes. And that is why there's confusion. It's a tricky illness, and we don't have enough education around it or training for it at places like the Motherhood Center or through PSI. We don't have enough discussion about it so that healthcare professionals can recognize it and swiftly and get people to the care they need. It's a very tricky illness. So it comes and goes, and it may appear that someone is doing okay, and simultaneously there is this almost, let's say, abscess within the brain that is psychiatric, that is includes command auditory hallucinations, delusions, fixed false beliefs that what they are doing is right and has to happen for various non-reality based reasons. So again, if it's medically determined that Lindsay Clancy had postpartum psychosis, then her behavior is consistent with this illness.
At this hour, Lindsay Clancy is in the fight of her life. She is in a court of law. She's being tried for the murders of her 3 children. Her husband was listed as both a defense witness and a state's witness. He was witness number 1 for the state. He has moved, remarried, and started a new life, trying to get beyond the murders of his 3 children. And let me remind everyone that this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, and all defendants are innocent until proven guilty. Proven guilty with evidence that pierces the presumption of innocence and proves beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is in fact guilty. So as we go to air tonight, Lindsay Clancy is presumed innocent. If you know or think you know anything about this case, dial 781-934-5656, 781-934-5656.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to apologize as well for the technical issues that we've been having in the interim between, in this interim while they're adjourned for lunch. There've been a couple of issues, just a little bit of StreamYard stuff. Sorry, everyone. Hopefully everything sounded okay with that. Let me know. And hello to everyone coming in. Please remember to vote in the poll. Thank you so much for joining. We are waiting for them to resume. So as always, thank you for waiting with me. I'm going to find another video for us to watch. So please bear with me in the meantime. I will be with you shortly.
Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
It's hard to imagine the horror of that day, January 24th, 2023. The day Lindsay Clancy took 3 exercise bands and one at a time strangled her 3 young children to death. At the time, Lindsay Clancy was being treated for mental illness and as a result believes she is not criminally responsible for what she did. But prosecutors see things much differently and have charged her with 3 counts of murder and want to put her in prison until she dies.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Lindsay can no longer walk because she somehow fell out of that 2nd floor bedroom window after killing her children. She also cut her wrists and throat, but prosecutors do not believe she actually wanted to kill herself. And now it'll be up to a jury to decide if Lindsay Clancy is a mass murderer or a mentally ill mother who could not control her own actions. It's the case that has divided the public, and this is our special coverage of the trial of Lindsay Clancy. We're going to take a look at the biggest moments from inside the courtroom today as a jury must decide whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible for killing her kids. I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. The trial of Lindsay Clancy is one that involves all different types of evidence. You've got eyewitness testimony, you've got expert testimony, and you've got physical evidence. And the jury must evaluate all of them to figure out what happened here. Why did Lindsay Clancy kill all 3 of her children? We're taking a look at the biggest moments from inside the courtroom today. Let's start with number 1.
What was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
And you said the week of Labor Day, that was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mhm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not?
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
You love you about that? He's loving it.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had Tumble Fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive. Okay. So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Clancy, Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk. And when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. As far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
In the end, both prosecutors and the defense, if they want to win this case and not have a hung jury, have to convince all 12 jurors to vote the same way, either guilty or not guilty, not criminally responsible. And the question is, as this evidence is coming before the jury, how are they seeing it? Are they seeing it the same way? Because a jury has to judge the facts and apply the law to come to some conclusion. And those conclusions can be very different if they see the evidence differently. Let's take you back inside the courtroom for the second biggest moment from today's testimony.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
Know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids can eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing, or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you? Did you
Not at all.
felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home in their home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her the children bottle of the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you've been, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
It's clear to everyone inside the courtroom, it's clear to even prosecutors that Lindsay Clancy was being treated for mental illness. That's the bottom line. But that alone does not negate her criminal responsibility in this case. It has to be, the mental illness has to have such a hold on her that she can no longer control her actions. And that's where prosecutors need to prove to this jury that she had control. She had a choice. She made the decision, the plan to kill her children. Let's take you back inside the courtroom now as we continue to take a look at the biggest moments from today. Here's number 3.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter. And these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Overall.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right.
Excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
And thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. We're going to return to the case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Kyle Carney.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right here with the right into clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter not pending between the Commonwealth and the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Other stuff, please. Excuse me, can we press that?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Hey everyone, so the proceedings have resumed. They are back from their long break, and we will continue with that video we were watching at a later time. Thank you so much everyone who's joining. Thank you for everyone who has liked, shared, subscribed, all of that. Please continue to do so, and don't forget about the poll that we have up so that you can share your opinion. Also, apologies for the technical issues earlier. I was booted off stage and I did address some comments, but I don't think I was heard, so I will go through comments again towards the end of this live stream. I am very sorry about that. All right, it's moving. There's movement.
If I may?
Yes, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Kyle Carney, Kyle Carney.
And your date of birth, please.
July 6, 1991.
And what town do you live in?
Duxbury.
What do you do for work?
I work in finance.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Sarah Carney.
And you have children?
Yes.
Does your family, or did your family know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And did you know them through your friendship with Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
When did you meet Patrick Clancy?
2009.
And how did you meet?
We went to college together.
And after going through college together, did you remain friends after school?
Yes.
And eventually, did you end up living in Duxbury at the same time Patrick and his family lived in Duxbury?
Yes.
When did you meet Lindsay Clancy?
Maybe 12 years ago.
Did you meet them before they were married? Did you meet Lindsay before she married Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously you knew them after they got married and as they had their children.
Yes.
How often would you see Patrick and his family while you were both living in Duxbury?
Maybe every other month.
And would you interact with Lindsay Clancy during those gatherings?
Yes.
And what was her typical demeanor?
Kind, caring.
Did you ever see any changes, significant changes in her behavior or demeanor when you would interact with her?
No.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay Clancy after the birth of Cora or Dawson?
No.
Directing your attention to after Callan Clancy was born, did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
Maybe beach dinners. It's hard to recall exactly.
So you said beach dinners, is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically families gathering together at the beach, having dinner, interacting with each other, is that right?
Sure.
How often would you do that during the summer of 2022?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
More than once?
Yeah, like at least monthly.
Okay. Did you also go fishing with Patrick during that time?
Yes.
Over the summer of 2022, did you notice any differences in in Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior?
No.
Throughout the fall of 2022 into the beginning of January 2023, would you see Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
How often did you see him?
Again, maybe once a month, maybe.
And directing your attention to Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, did you have a small gathering at your home?
Yes, their family came over to my house.
Okay. And when you say their family, are you talking about Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy?
And Cora and Dawson, too.
Callan didn't join them?
No.
Was he home with Lindsay's parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of gathering that day?
Just to socialize. It was a nice day out. I was having a fire to burn some brush in my backyard, and thought it'd be nice to invite them to come over and get the kids out and enjoy a nice day.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
I'd say quieter than normal.
And do you recall saying previously that the weekend was fairly normal, that Lindsay had always been a little tough to get a beat on, kind of quiet, but you were in the kitchen talking and it seemed normal?
I mean, in the kitchen, we had a conversation and that was normal.
Normal, okay. Do you recall describing the day previously as a perfectly normal afternoon, really nice?
It was a nice day, yeah.
Okay. And so there was nothing out of the normal that happened that day in terms of Lindsay's behavior or demeanor?
Her behavior, demeanor appeared normal.
Okay. Did you have any problems communicating with her when you had conversation in the kitchen?
No.
How long was the family there at your house that day?
Maybe a few hours.
And during that time, I believe you described it previously as a normal, great day. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Thanks. Watch your stuff, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Andrew Kiakio as its next witness.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Right there, raise your right hand, please, sir.
Good afternoon. The following says that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter not coming between the Commonwealth and the Josh. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Andrew Kiakio,
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Chiachio.
And what do you do for work?
I work for the state police
And how long have you been with the state police?
since December of 2013.
And what's your current assignment?
I work for the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
How long have you been with the state police detective unit?
5 years.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 24th of the year 2023. Were you still working for the state police detective unit with the district attorney's office then?
Yes.
And do you recall being called into an investigation in regards to an incident that happened in the town of Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned as the case officer for that investigation at that time?
No.
But you're aware that a number of the other troopers in your unit were all called out to do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
Do you recall if you actually went first to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I did.
Were you quickly assigned to go someplace else and do some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And one of the places that you went on that night was the CVS in Kingston, correct?
Correct.
That would have been at 189 Summer Street?
Yes.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
And had you learned information that one of the homeowners, the Patrick Clancy, might have visited that location earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And so when you got to the CVS, did you contact somebody in the store in order to try to determine whether there was surveillance?
Yes.
And did you speak with an employee there?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Angela Kraus, she was the manager.
Were you able to get access to the surveillance at that time?
Yes.
And were you able to observe the time on the surveillance at the store as it pertains to real time?
Yes.
So tell us how you determined whether the time was accurate.
We look at the live feed and I compare it with my cell phone.
And your cell phone is a department issued cell phone?
Yes.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
At some point, were you also asked to look for surveillance at a different location?
I was.
What was the second location?
The 3V restaurant.
And where is that located?
In Plymouth.
And fair to say it's the address there's 10 Cordage Park Circle?
Yes.
What is 3V?
A restaurant.
Okay, and why did you go there?
To obtain surveillance video.
Again, based on information that you had available to you, did you believe that Patrick Clancy had visited that location earlier in the evening of January 24th?
Yes.
And when you went to the 3V restaurant, did you speak with two employees there?
Yes.
Were you able to access the video surveillance?
I was.
And while at the restaurant, were you able to confirm Patrick Clancy on their video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, as far as their video surveillance timestamps, were you able to observe the timestamps at that location?
I was.
And did you notice any discrepancies about the time?
No.
And what did you do to confirm the time?
I compared the live feed with my cell phone.
Fair to say you were able to determine that the video surveillance did confirm Patrick Clancy arriving at 17:54:14, that he paid for a bag of food and he left the store by the front door at 17:55:01.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering the video surveillance, well, let me back up for a second. So on one particular occasion, you were able to go and view the video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
At some later date where you provided with copies of the video surveillance from both the CVS in Kingston and the 3V restaurant in Plymouth.
Yes.
And you brought that back to the state police?
Yes, to the
the video
office. Yes.
Okay. Now, as follow-up for this investigation, did you learn information about the route of travel Patrick Clancy took that night to go from his home to these locations?
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to ascertain approximately how much time it would have taken him to go to these locations from his home at 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I mapped it on the Maps application on my iPhone.
Now, do you recall when you did that?
I don't.
When you did this mapping of the locations, did it give you approximate distances and times between the locations?
Yes.
And fair to say, not knowing exactly when it occurred doesn't account for the time Patrick would have been there or any traffic or accidents or anything like that.
Correct.
Right? But as far as you could tell, you were just looking for approximate timeframes.
Yes, a general idea.
Now, as part of this investigation, you also were involved in some interviews with potential witnesses.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Including Paula Musgrove.
Yes.
And who's Paula Musgrove?
The defendant's mother.
And you also spoke to a former nanny of the Clancys named Elaine Flaherty,
Yes.
as well as the employees from CVS, Angela Krause and Soraya Sweeney.
Yes.
Did you also, or were you also present in follow-up interviews with all of the first responders to the home in Duxbury on January 24th?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So that would have been a majority of the paramedic/firefighters from the different towns?
Yes.
On June 12th of 2023, did you apply for and receive a search warrant for 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And why did you ask for a search warrant then in June of 2023?
We were reviewing photos, crime scene photos, and someone noticed that there was potentially blood stains on the outside of the house that we had not swabbed.
So to your knowledge, on the date of the incident on January 24th, the stains on the outside of the house were not swabbed and collected by the crime lab, right?
Correct.
Did you have further conversations with forensic scientists at the crime lab to determine the viability of obtaining additional swabs all those months later?
It's hearsay and it's already been cross-examined about.
Allow that the question just yes or no. Did you speak to somebody, not the answer?
So did you speak to somebody at the crime lab about the possibility of obtaining some biological substances from the home?
Yes.
And as a result of your conversations, did you then apply and were granted a search warrant?
Yes.
So subsequently, some swabs and shingles were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street?
Correct.
And were you present when that was done?
I was.
On May 15th, 2024, did you have the occasion to go to the Tewksbury State Hospital?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going there?
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab the inside of a person's mouth to collect saliva. That's then transferred to a collection card. We let it dry, then seal the kit.
So the swab kind of looks like a lollipop.
Yes.
With a foam and.
Yes.
And you're trained on how to swab the inside of a person's cheek on both sides in order to obtain an adequate sample?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Who did you collect the sample from?
The defendant.
And that would be Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Were other people present when you did this?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sergeant Josh McElligan, DPH Police Chief Michael Riggs, and Attorney Reddington.
What did you do with the sample that was collected from the defendant on May 15th, 2024 at the Tewksbury State Hospital?
It was placed in a temporary evidence at the DA's office.
Was that sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
Correct.
As well as a particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
As a result of that warrant, did you receive data back from Facebook?
I did.
And were you able to confirm a Facebook page in the name of Lindsay Marie Clancy?
Yes.
Were you also able to confirm that there's a particular post by the person named Lindsay Marie Clancy, or the Facebook page Lindsay Marie Clancy, on May 5th, 2021, to the Attachment Parenting for Littles group?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach. May?
You may.
I have no problem with the phone.
No objection? Okay.
Just going to show you a document. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the Facebook post posted by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th, 2021?
It is.
I'll move to admit this as the next exhibit.
No objection? That may be admitted.
Sergeant Cacchio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 217 on the screen. Is that a Facebook post from the Attachment Parenting for Littles Facebook group?
Yes.
And through the information you received from the search warrant return, you were able to locate the content of this post in the records for the Attachment Parenting for Littles and confirm that it also appeared to be authored by Lindsay Marie Clancy, correct?
Correct.
Or by the Facebook page of Lindsay Marie Clancy.
Yes.
And fair to say it reads, hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, anything. I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. I mean that with all love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day without getting so frustrated with him. He's not my first child, so not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Every single thing with him is a battle, and it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary, but I mean everything, getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me every step of the way with all these normal daily activities. It constantly feels like I have to force him to do these things, which feels so wrong, but he is always fighting me and crying about doing these very normal things. You recall seeing that message in the records?
I do.
And fair to say there was some comments to the records and also an acknowledgement by the person with the Facebook page, Lindsay Marie Clancy, thanking the contributors for their advice.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this would be Exhibit 217, which is the Parenting for Littles post by Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
And this was back in May of 2021?
Yes.
And she was talking about her son, who at the time was 19 months old?
That's correct.
Now, as a state police officer, you know how to investigate things, right?
Yes.
You guys must have turned things inside out to find out if Lindsay Clancy was ever abusive to her son, Dawson, right?
That's correct.
Found nothing, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything on that?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll just step, please, sir.
Sure.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining. We seem to be taking another little break. They asked to approach, so they're just having their conversation quickly. We did just get testimony from a police officer. It was all pretty basic, pretty standard stuff.
All right. Members of the jury, there's a motion or a hearing I have to do with the lawyers, and it's going to take a little bit of a while. So I'm going to excuse you for today. Come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. One of the questions I asked over here was, where are we on the time estimate? All right. I'm told that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, in regards to what we told you. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. We're going to stay here, do a few more things. And I'm just going to remind you, as I've said every night, you have to have an open mind. Don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research about anything. If you see anything about this case or any similar cases, don't read, listen, or watch anything in regards to that. Don't do any research on this or any matters that you have or questions you have in your mind. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to just be driving by certain areas that you think you want to double check. We've done that. All right. So you've worked so hard in this case so far. I just want you to continue to follow those instructions. And with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. I would expect, and every time I say this, I'm usually wrong, but I would expect we'd have a pretty full day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, I hope you have a nice evening. Hope you stay cool. And we will see you tomorrow. So thank you very much.
All right. Good. Kindly close the doors, place on chairs.
Okay, everyone. Well, I was not expecting that, to be honest, but we should have learned our lesson by now. So we're gonna end for today, and they will be back at their usual time tomorrow. They say they're gonna have a full day, but he even admitted that that's, you know, not always accurate. I do want to thank everyone for watching. I apologize one more time about all of the technical issues I had earlier on. I appreciate you sticking with me through it. I hope that everyone has a beautiful day further. Thank you to everyone who has liked, commented, subscribed. Please do continue to do so. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.